Oh. 224. 120 for 57. cold blood is it?
turn off that milking thing and just see if I actually get a lot more milk. Waiting for it to load. Hey Scott, how you doing today? Take a look at that new DLC. Well, it doesn't take forever to load it. There's nothing wrong with DLC. What is the early stream all about? Just in case Dave streams later. Though it will raid Dave when he wants to stream. I have a feeling he's taking a nap. I haven't heard from him yet. And if he does stream like he wants to stream, I'm going to stream early. Alright, let's see what the DLC looks like. Because I'm going to exchange some equipment around if it is as cool as I think it is. Let's get my super strength back on. Speed back down. Alright. Welcome guys to my stream. I'm a little early today, but just in case Dave streams, excuse me, gotta be careful, I might be coming down with the virus. Kidding. I'm gonna exchange this tractor. I want to get the new one. Oh, Big Chris, try this once. Let me give you a link quick and see if you can use this one. Do you have Courseplay too or not? Okay, let me give you both of these. These both work for me, so they should work for you. And you're still at home. Good. All right. Try this one. And then here's the newest Courseplay. Probably not the newest one, but it's one that's working for me. try those too. The game should start with those. Welcome, guys. Today I'm just basically farming. If you guys got any questions, let me know. I'm trying to take a look at the new equipment. It was just added. Let's see, large tractors. Let's go look at this new one here. So what did we get today? There it is.
It's working down at the mine, that's for sure.
Just all tracks. We go all the way up to 625 horsepower. 628. 670. Did you turn off weeds, Chris, or not? Because I did. If you're running seasons, I turned it off. Oh, okay. Just like me, I have to wait for this season to be over. And I shouldn't have any more weeds myself either. So, 17. I don't think you can. I really don't. That'd be funny though if you could. There's the let's go here. Let's make sure that's combine it now. Okay, that's where is my where did I leave my big planter? There it is. Where's my fertilizer? It's not it there. Oh yeah, it is my fertilizer. Let's go get this filled up. You're not gonna go that direction. There's my food storage is finally building. John Deere. See how much detail they added to this one. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna be crazy on this one, you guys. Mine. Let's go. Go to the coal mine. That's the mine. Line up over there. Yes, it did. Oh, I already had a truck here. Interesting. This one can go too. Vinyl seals. It's gonna take you a little bit. I mean, it isn't gonna be an instant in the game, Chris. I mean, even mine took a little bit longer today. And now this is a continuation of your save game, right? Have you tried loading it without auto drive? And it does load, right? Okay. I'm just curious why that's happening. It's happening in the tube. all the time. Come on, you got enough horsepower. Bring her up to speed. Is it working? Working. Is it working? Wow, learn to talk. No start button. Trying a new game save and see what happens. I mean, was it working before, right? What changed? I hate that's unfolded. Really should make these darn things better augers, in my opinion. That's the only thing you added was auto drive mod. Did you? Yeah, you. Yeah, yeah. I think with the auto drive mod, sometimes you have to have a new game save, but you should. And did you add course play at the same time too? Ah. Yeah, I wonder if course play is causing the problem. Oh, Nebula, you have to wait till midnight to get it from the BGA. Because you could sell it at the BGA, it just won't happen until midnight. That's a Giants thing. That's been like that since 19 came out. I hate that. Yep, you don't get your money until midnight. And if you are running the global market, I think you could sell silage there too. I think I know that, but I haven't done it yet, Scott. To be honest with you, I think I read that somewhere that they added that. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool that they can do that though. But yeah, you'll get it back at midnight. Okay, now what you need to do is save the game. Are you which one are you running Industries or you're running Industries, right? The 4X, okay. So now that you're adding that, now what you need to do is um, save the game, go into whatever game save that is, Chris, and put my just like this. If I hope you can see this, I don't have my um, screen blown up. Maybe I can. Let me see if I can get this thing. Let me see. Let's see if you can see that. What you need to do is go into your game save. Documents. My games. Farming Simulator and in save game 20 is what you need to do is go to the website and get the auto drive um, FS19 Pleasant Valley config XML. Okay, I'll hold on. But once you get that in there, then you'll be golden. Actually, I'm going to try something different here. Let's stop this. Okay. I'd have to buy this tractor if this thing pulls this one better. Oh, I better just shoot. I know what I want to do. Since this is such a big field. Let's try some of the new stuff. Okay, so you made your own routes. Oh yeah, that's fine. You should have your own routes in that one, but you can also have your routes in auto drive too. But I'm curious to see if it'll start once you've saved it once with auto drive. Was that did you try it with um the course play I gave you? Let me see if there's a new one out. Hmm. So what version are we on now? I got 93. 95. I think it's at 95. I got 93. I'm gonna download it and let me get out of game quick. That way I can blow this up so you guys need to see something. I can do that.
Three, five.
Yeah, you're at 85, Scott. Yeah, mine was. I couldn't get auto drive to unload, so I had to go to 93. And I know this one works for unloading, so I'm gonna actually save this one just in case the next one breaks it again. Because I was having a hard time with auto drive. I don't know if you remember my last stream. It wasn't working. I was hauling ore. All right, let's get this blown up. All right, so that's good. Let's go to my Pleasant Valley. I was thinking you should go without it if you can't get it to work. I don't understand why it doesn't. Something is conflicting with it. That course play and auto drive are related. It's like a cousin. I mean, that's how, you know, related. I mean, they use a lot of the same aspects. I want you to try one more thing. If this doesn't work, then I would say don't do it. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to get the latest course play and see what happens. Yeah, when you start in the next one, then you'll have to make sure it's clicked. Exactly. Let's go here. Course play folder. What did I break? I did not break anything yet. Just yet. Just hold on. Give me time. I'm just trying to see if I can help Big Chris out here. But I want to try this too myself, so if not, I'll go back to the other version. I hate this PV19. Let's go back to Alright, select all. Add to archive. We can test it too to make sure it unloads too, because I want to fill up with. Up and see what see if it's the right version, which I think I caught it right. I hate when I go to these big icons. What did I do with it? There we go. So if you guys were wondering where I disappeared to on Saturday to finish up what I was doing, this is kind of what I was doing here. Let me show you quick. As soon as I figure out where my, oh, there it is. Once I load this up, I can show you quick while we're waiting for it to load. Alright, let's look at Courseplay to see what version it is. Oh, it's 95. So they didn't go to 96. It's 395 is the latest version, guys. I don't think it still works on multiplayer, but I could be wrong. I I don't think so. It never has, but
Steel Stone Crusher.
all right, that's not the right folder. I did not get the newest one. So why didn't it download the newest one? Yesterday was the 9th. It should. All right. Let me get you this one here. Try this one, Chris, and if it doesn't work, then just play it without auto drive until the new map, because I don't understand why. Yeah, I know what you did. It actually was a pretty good idea. I can't disagree with that idea. Put this one in your folder, Big Chris, and see if that one helps. I'm mad because that picture should have shown up. I wonder when they download. They must download every once in a while. They're not downloading instantly. I have all my pictures on my phone downloaded to Dropbox. Alright, let me show you what I was doing. Well, that's not the right. Why did she download this one? Then I finished it up yesterday. At least one wall is done. Then my wife said, well, you can do all the painting then. I'm like, no. Just the painting I want to do. Alright. So try that once out and see what happens, Chris. I can't guarantee it'll work, but it's worth a shot. Right, let's try some of the other equipment they have. What do you mean by basic things? Oh, that wouldn't really, I don't know. I mean, we do have gal. I mean, you have the mining stuff. That's pretty much as basic starting material. All right, let's see what they. If the new stuff is on this one. Nope. Ooh, there's some big stuff in here. What is this one? Same thing. I thought we had more crops in that, but maybe we didn't. So that's 30. That's 20. Which air cart goes with which? Okay, this air. Okay. Well, let's see what happens, guys. Let's buy this. I'm gonna lease release it just to see how it works. We need a air card. Alright. Still got that big field. Let's try this out. Now do we... which way does this thing hook up? I think it hooks up planter first, and then you... Okay, guys, you're gonna laugh. This is gonna be funny to try to get this connected.
On EA Sports. Straight ahead, we'll see the veteran Phillip Rivers and the Los...
Hey, how you doing, Jab? Right now I'm trying to get this darn thing hooked up. Oh. Just straight back. Not very hard to do. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Not too bad. I'm trying these new DLC, and I'm off by a little. Oh, come on. You mean to tell me it wouldn't activate from that distance? Come on, Giants.
There. Work hard for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I know. I am. Yeah, super strength is gonna. Oh, I have to turn it back on because I did log off. Yeah, I know. Super strength is my friend. I agree. All right, should be close enough to activate. Yes, it is. There we go.
Yard
See how the
line.
helper will make this work, because this looks like just a gigantic beast. Well, the John Deere should pull it. It is the one that they gave us to pull it with. I got it at 670 for horsepower. Alright, so now let's unfold this beast. Well, we'll find out if how good this thing is. Alright, we gotta fill this up. Let's hear. Oh, it does, Landon. I have, like I said, I'm just testing this out. We're gonna have some fun today here. See how this works. Since this is one of the bigger fields, I'm just curious. Have to get one of the big buds out there for that big 30. Don't have anything ready to harvest. Well, that takes a lot of seed. Alright. Better load up the seed. don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. All right. Well, it's pulling it at 11, and we're going up a hill. It's not struggling. It's coasting along at 11 miles per hour.
Hey, X-Man.
Hey, I'm live.
I hear you. I've heard you for the last half hour while I was trying to wake up.
Are you awake?
Working on it.
I'm trying the new DLC stuff. Want to see how the helper really turns this big beast around.
Oh.
You streaming at 7 or not?
I don't know. I'm exhausted. I've been working on the bread factory all day.
Awesome.
It loads. Yeah, I'm trying to help Salty Shorty.
Awesome. I helped that first support ticket this morning, and that's why I said morning, because you were up already. I'm like, you got the second one.
Hey, Jababo, how you doing? And Scott Anime. So how you liking that DLC?
So far, it looks pretty good. I just want to see how this thing will back it up. I'm curious, because now it's going down by the central storage. Let's see how this thing turns this thing around.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the second biggest one. This isn't the biggest planner. They got a 30-meter one yet. So far, I like the tractor. I really do. I mean, I know there's been ones out there already, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they took some of the models that were out there and just added to this one. You never know. I do like this seed card behind it, though. They do a whole field without having to refill it ever. At least on this one. Probably not on the big one, Dave, but on this one for sure.
I will be back. Salty Shorty needs some help.
All right. All right, let's see how this works, guys, because this is where I was worried about, is how is this thing going to back this thing up. Oh, it's going to make it. Never mind. They did make it with a tighter turn radius. Did you notice that? See how the cart really does spin around? I really thought that wasn't going to do it. I am amazed. This is pretty cool. All right, let's test that. Hey, Big Chris, I haven't heard from you. Did that work? got excited with my new equipment here. I forgot about Chris. All right, let's fill this up here. Okay. No, I wondered if did you download that course play that I gave you, the newest one? See if that one would work along with auto drive or not. Come on, seriously. Okay, this is getting annoying. Let me switch this around. Thought I could be just as quick if I just did it in one, but I'm gonna have to switch. sure that auto drive works with the new course play. Once I get these full, I want to send them back down. Pull the other one up quick. Come on, I only need 8,000. Come on. Wrong one. Alright, let's see if this goes to... Change it to coal. Change this to... Send this one to... Ginseng. Alright. Wow, he's almost done with that field already. Alright, that's fine. Skidster. Am I stuck? Might fast forward until I start the harvest. This time. Skidster. Hitting the Q button by accident here, like gamepad. Yeah, I just planted grass on all this, so that'll be... Come spring, I'll have more stuff to mow. Oh, that's why I had so much on the ground. Guess I'll get another pallet. Well, it says it's empty, but why is it still got a fill plane in there? Action cannot be performed here. Definitely have to get some water over here too. Alright, let's see what happens here. I'm curious. Oh yeah, it works fine. Good. Probably right, Big Chris, but that's just odd because I know I started auto drive after I started this game save, but we've had so many changes since then. Who knows what it could be? Yay, always. Stone Crusher. See how much it actually costs. Okay, can I just first? Clean out the goats. Yeah, I think it would be pretty cool. Then you wouldn't leave gates open as if they get out and be running around all over your map. That would be hilarious. What did I hit? I'm hoping those potatoes grow. Otherwise, I'm gonna be out a lot of product come spring. Can't wait for John to see if the lights work. Take any of the grass. Oh, no problem. Hey, JD, how you doing? But also maybe I'll start storing some in the barn over there, so keep the driving clean.
Yeah, I am. Welcome.
I don't know yet. He hasn't decided. He's helping somebody right now. We'll see. He did say he was working on the bread company all day, so. Did you download the new DLC yet? Oh, I think it's a good thing too. That way, you know, people can see. That's Ken24. Thank you for the host. You know, real good thing. That way they get exposed to the mods, and then, you know. Yeah, but there's a lot of people who can't do that too, JD. A lot. Not too nice in that truck over here. Okay, where did I send my water? Don't tell me I sent it to the car. Where did my water go? Okay, I lost my truck. Well, I just leased, to be honest with you. I didn't purchase them. I'm just testing them out. So I traded in my other. But I think it's pretty cool. I think this is gonna. I'll eventually purchase the whole unit, but not yet. I'll lease for now. Maybe after winter I'll purchase them both. But they're only seeders. There's no planters, so you can't do corn with these. So there was no wrong menu. There was no planters in that DLC for. Why did I activate that bait jock? I thought I did. Where's that stuff? It's so slow. But yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, I got that one there. That would do corn. You enter sound bit what? Yeah, but you can get in there because I thought they're all locked down. But you're gonna change it to go faster. Yes, for the other maps, and if Dave was here, he could answer it. But those mines, if you would happen to empty out your mines, you could actually use one of those placeable mine ones, and then you could have my sound bit is missing today. No, you've heard it before. As I had the booing is still on there, but I'm just not playing music today. No, but that was an unusual day. I wanted to see what would happen, and I found out that it mutes my entire video the next day. Can you hear? You can't hear my tractors. You should be able to. Yeah, you can't hear the tractors at all? That's weird. So So you can't hear the game sound at all? Hey JD, can you hear my game sound? Why is it not hearing my game sound? Have you been able to hear it before? Well, what's going on? Now can you hear the game? Should be hearing ducks and pigs. It's really low. Okay, let me... AT Long, 65, how you doing? Why? It's getting louder. It should, because I just maxed it out. No, we're talking about the game sounds. Hey Zeus. Alright. Now you guys should hear it, because I can hardly hear myself now in my headphones. Hey KW, how you doing? Let me look once. Shouldn't be.
X-Man's here.
Holy crap. Sorry guys. You scared the living blank out of me.
And I didn't even have to play a sound alert.
No, you did not.
Ah! Oh, I gotta mute you.
That was funny. No, trying to figure out why they're not hearing my game sounds.
I don't know. I will be back in a minute. I have to use the family facilities.
No, I shouldn't be in I didn't change anything. That's the sad part. CDO Games, how you doing? It's just so you're still not hearing my game sounds at all then. What do I got my in-game set at? Oh, that's probably why. Now I bet you can hear them better. Yeah, my game was only set at 20%. I don't know who's messing with my settings on my game. I know who is, but... Yes, JD, thank you, because that trigger works a lot better. You don't have to, like, get right against the thing to do it. Thank you. Yeah, I changed all these, but then I did something else, and then I wouldn't load, and then I went back to the original.
All right, here's an interesting trivia question for everybody.
Wow, you come in there, just start flying. Luckily, I figured you were coming back this time. You didn't startle me.
Trivia question is, for our bread company, we have 5 breads going in: the wheat, oat, rye, cranberry orange, and multigrain, and they are Heartland breads, okay? Now, every single ingredient for all of those breads is in our map except for one. And that one is in the multigrain bread, which we already have: water, yeast, wheat flour, sugar, rye, barley, oats, corn, millet, rice, soybean, and salt. Tell me which one we're missing, and it's a grain. in their 9-grain multi-grain bread.
We're missing one?
Nope, we've got oat. We've got oat in the map. Yep, there's one missing. There's one grain I did not name, number 9. Rye is in the map as well. It has to be one grain that is not in our map that would be in a bread.
One grain, rye, wheat.
We already have rye, wheat, barley, oats, corn, millet, rice, and soybean. That is 8 grains. And they are in that bread. There is a 9th grain that we do not have in the map.
What would be in our map that...
Millet is in our map. Flax, there you go. Old man List figured it out. We do not have flax, and that is the 9th grain.
Oh, never thought about that.
So other than flax not being in there, all the ingredients are actually true to life, including the water. Now we have the yeast and the flours, and we even have the cranberry and oranges for the orange cranberry bread. The salt's in there. Got poppy seed for poppy seed crust. Multigrain could be, but flax
Oh,
is in their 9-grain multigrain bread.
well, hey, Brew Crew, and welcome back. I haven't seen you.
This is just basically going to be an 8-grain bread instead of their 9. But now it makes me wonder what flax looks like when it's growing.
Same with Old Man Lifts. I haven't seen you around in a while, too. Welcome to my stream. Welcome back, guys.
Flax would be a grain that maybe somebody can... What does flax look like? I gotta Google pictures now. Can I create it? Is there a map out there with flax?
How do you make molasses? You do it at the sugar factory.
Sugar factory. Oh, flax.
Oh,
It looks like...
you've been one of those traders then? I heard. Had a lot of that going on recently.
Oh, that looks cool. Flax fields in bloom. They actually have flowers. They're purplish, like lavender color, a little bit lighter. It would be a beautiful one to have in the map. And then but it's like long, yeah.
But you don't
Check
have any
out-
more fill types to put another crop in, could
Uh,
you?
We can remove tobacco and replace it with flax.
Oh, that's true. I mean, do we really need tobacco, guys?
Or we could remove coffee, well, tobacco or coffee and replace it. Flax is more usable. It looks kind of cool, but I'd have to work images or find, I don't know if
I
any
don't-
maps.
I don't know. I'm just laughing. I think tobacco should go, but that's just me. No, coffee can stay.
No, already did on his map. Flax. Let me see. Modhub.us. Let's see if anybody did ever added flax to one of their
Well, that's what.
maps.
To be honest with you, Drac, is we should have. It should be an in-game. Alfalfa should be in-game, plain and simple. I don't understand why.
Alfalfa.
Yeah, I don't understand why Giants doesn't have it, but
Alfalfa's on several maps out there.
well, I
But
know they
flax
are. I'm just
yeah.
saying for.
Ooh.
You know. I mean, realistically, Dave could replace clover with alfalfa, but
Realistically.
realistically,
Nobody has flax.
yeah, I don't know if that would mess up your game saves or not. You have to ask the boss man that.
Have to probably, you'd lose any of them that were on the fields, but you'd still be able to play. I'm not talking about this map, I'm talking about changes for the 16X when it comes up. Which will require people to do
Yeah.
stuff.
Yep. Are you gonna stream, Dave, or you're not gonna stream tonight?
I'm not gonna tonight. I will tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm kind of exhausted, and I've already worked at least 6 hours on the bread factory today. I need a break. Because I can't read any more XML today. And then I take a break and I go over to Salty Shorty game and I had to help him straighten out his XML so he could get his silo to load in his map. That's my limit of XML for today. Yeah, technically if you replace it with another, you'd be okay as long as it falls in the same index place. There might be some initial errors on the first load up because the fill type would be removed and replaced with another one, but after saving the game once, it should straighten itself right out. You're laggy.
No, it's just the way I'm walking.
Oh, you walk funny?
With it when I'm carrying, yeah, I'm in the super fast mode.
Big Chris, he needs a Satisfactory break, I bet. Dave just loaded in Satisfactory for the first time in 2 days.
Hey, it's
No.
something I'm trying to get him off of his. He's like a junkie, you know. It's just constantly got to go back to it.
I played a little bit earlier today when I first got up at 8 o'clock, I played like 2 hours, I think. And then I went in right into mapping. I'll be probably mapping again later tonight. Maybe I'll go live late because I'm usually up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I might surprise you later. But right now, my Satisfactory factory needs some more products brought in. It's the huge one. Ever made a half-X map? Heck no. I haven't even made I only made one single in my life. Half-X technically I don't think can be done other than doing it using half of a single-size map. Which people have done that. They've loaded in a single and only did half of it and called it a half-X. I don't know if you could make an actual half-X. You'd have to scale it down, but yeah, I imagine you could probably do it.
Yeah, I know. I've been using these all summer long, and now once I fill this up over here, then I'm gonna take it to the farm and.
It's not Satisfactory Saturday. Tuesday is not a labeled day. Tuesday is technically probably going to be one of my days off. Wednesday is Wild Card Wednesday, and I get to do whatever I want. But it will be the
Wild card Wednesday, huh?
but Wednesday will be finishing up the bread factory. That's what's in the cards for Wild Card Wednesday. At least part of the show tomorrow.
Well, typically on Tuesdays, then I'll be streaming. I stream when he's not streaming, so if I'm available. Last week was horrible. I was never home.
And I don't have a Thursday show name, but Friday is Friday Farming Day, which could have been Factory Day, and then I could have played Satisfactory, but I'm being nice. At least I'm still doing more farming shows than Satisfactory shows. Friday Farm Day, I eventually will probably be actually running my farm and playing Farming Simulator on Fridays. Saturday Satisfactory, Sunday Fun Day. Oh yeah, see that's a free for all too. What will I have fun doing on Sunday? Dave has to go out once every 3 days to get groceries because he doesn't have a car, and he has to walk to the store, and I only bring one grocery bag because I'm not walking the 6 blocks there and the 6 blocks back with more than one bag, and now with New York law, they don't even supply the bags anymore as of March 1st, so I have to bring my own. It's a rough life.
What day is factory building day? JD says.
That's modding Monday and uh every other day. It's every day really. It's just what am I showing? I I worked on one 6 hours today. You just didn't see it. At least 6 hours.
But don't worry with the 16 map. Once he's done with
Yes,
what he needs to do, and then I start onto it, I will be streaming what I'm doing.
trust me, right now my goal is to get the factories. I would love to get them completed and out of the way. Not to say, but there's a short list, and the list is getting shorter every time I do one, so it gets me more excited that, okay, we can finally wrap up the factories and go
Well, we only
wholly
have
on.
3 left. Bread.
Oh, we got
Vodka.
5.
Oh, we were missing. Okay, we got 5. I thought we had 4. Because the bread, whiskey, not whiskey, vodka, beer, and Pepsi.
And pizza.
Oh, and pizza. Okay,
And
now hold on.
Kellogg's.
I thought we did. Oh, we didn't do Kellogg's yet either, did
Bread. Yep, that's the 5. Bread, vodka, beer, Pepsi, and Kellogg's.
we? We gotta start working on this. Get this going. Putting it on the map.
You like what I did with the brewery and Kellogg's, etc? Yeah, I've got them started. Actually, the bread company is the really, really long one and thin, and it's a little bit less longer after figuring it all out. I had to change up the model a little bit because obviously with about 12 different products that go into silos,
Campbell's
we
is
needed
done
to.
already. Everclear. Have it
Yep,
done?
Campbell's is done.
It's been done for a while. I just haven't bought it yet.
So the grain, so I added some grain silos to the bread factory, some silos for the silo drop off, and I added a water drop off spot. And I was able to shrink the footprint from 300 long, which is long, to 240. So it'll be a little less long. It'll fit in a few more spots that are those long spots. Campbell's Everclear is out there and ready. Don't have a single placeable on your map yet. What are you waiting for?
No, they're not. Not all of them are going to be in the map. I don't know which ones we're putting in the map.
Neither do I.
Exactly. We don't know which ones we're gonna.
It is, and don't be surprised. If anything, it'll probably be bigger ones like Campbell's. They'll be possibly pre-placed. There's a lot of things to consider with that stuff. Tons and tons of things.
Just remember, the more we have to place, the longer it's going to take for the map. I mean, right now they're placeables. They're done. So, when the map is done, then you're ready to go. You know what I mean? You got all your.
It all depends if we want to edit them and make them a little bit different
Yep.
in the map as well. Those edits will take time, and that is really. But pre-placing them also gives you parked cars and parking lots and some more details that can go around them. And it also will help to distribute the factories throughout the map to places so people aren't constantly lagging on the 16x map. And give you mission points to go between, That is another good reason to have them. Give you missions to bring Campbell's, something to Campbell's soup.
There shouldn't be that much lag anymore with the assets. Not like there used to be.
Oh, the assets file cut down a lot of it, but if people are still building tons of stuff in really small confined areas,
Are you saying something, Dave?
No, I'm just saying it can happen. I have all mine. I have a lot of big buildings
I do too. That's
and
why I was.
in one area, and I'm not having any issues, but I do have a better
You got a better
processor.
system than I do.
So then it comes down to people's systems. If you're playing on an older system with, then you got to be more cautious than I do. That's all. You know, not put 10 factories in the middle like I did. If you're playing on it and spread them out a little bit more. And especially keep the bigger ones away from each other, you know? If you're playing on a server, you want to keep that into consideration too, because you might have a great system that can handle it, but the guy that's farming with you might get really lagged out because he's playing on his GTX 660 graphics card still, which I mentioned that because I was watching Kubi's stream and that's what his wife is playing on a laptop with a 660. And yeah, she has to have her graphics turned all the way down. And it was not exactly the prettiest, but it still worked. But he'll have to be more cautious of how he places them. They haven't gotten to that point yet. Yeah, see? There's a good example. Little Helper's playing on a laptop, and his is doing good, and he's bunched them all up, and he actually even streams while he's doing it. And that's another consideration, too. You gotta remember, when you're streaming, and he streams on a laptop, so he must have a pretty decent laptop.
I mean, that's why
But,
people see my frames and wonder why, but that's because I'm streaming at the same time.
and I
Plus,
was watching Little Helper, yeah, the other day.
because you
He
got to
had a
remember, I
lag
got
problem.
4K monitors too. So
He had a lag problem and he realized his hard drive was filling up and I guess he removed some of the files and he's back to being okay. I had that same lag problem with mine, so that's something to check too. Your available space on your drive will cause performance issues in that game
that's what she said.
and and if your drive is filling up. So there are things, but a lot of it mostly relies on the computer you're using. You always have to adjust. You can't just go into any game, especially the games that are being developed today, and say, I'm going to run everything on ultra. If you have an older system, you have to turn things down, you know? If you got a 1050, you should be pretty good. I mean,
Yep.
I was running it on a 970 until recently. Then I upgraded to the,
Where's the trigger for this, Dave?
but my processor was a big thing too.
I guess I haven't used the trigger. Where's the trigger for this?
The back, you got to load in the back.
Oh, okay.
Everything goes in the back so you don't spawn it. When you spawn it, it spawns inside, just inside the door.
I haven't used it yet. There we go.
Processors make a difference.
Oh, big deal. I know they do, and I can't wait to save enough money to get one this fall, hopefully. But it doesn't look that way if I don't get any overtime.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I will if the virus starts reacting like the news media says it will.
Killing off people?
But you got the stupid the governor enacted the National Guard, the killing off people in your state. Did you see that?
No, I didn't, but I know that our state has the most cases. That's why I'm happy that I'm not working and I'm home, because I'd probably have it if I still worked at Walmart. I'd be worried
Yeah,
the way it's spreading.
it's just a bad cold.
Yeah.
As long as you don't have any underlying issues, you should be fine.
Oh, and I got issues. Depends what kind of underlying issues they're talking about. Oh, I have tons, actually. With my disease, a lot of them are just go unnoticed.
It could be autoimmune. It's just like people with diabetes has got to watch it too.
Yeah, no, I have autoimmune disease. That's what mine is. And it has issues that, other than just a bad fused spine, I can have several organ issues, and that's what we'll be finding out with these trips to the doctors. I got another one coming up at the end of the month, doing all these testing. But I do know that I have a heart arrhythmia. I have fibrosis of the lungs. I have frequent bouts of iritis, which affects my eyes, but thankfully I haven't had one in the last probably year, because I can't even look at the monitor when that happens. I have, yeah, there's tons of underlying issues that come with an autoimmune disease. So I'm actually thinking right now of trying to, in the next appointment, discussing permanent disability with the doctor, because I know that I came really close to qualifying and I needed one more symptom, and depression I've been diagnosed with is symptom number 7 that comes with my disease that I now have diagnosis with, so they wouldn't be able to deny me disability if I filed for it.
Everclear, there's a instant ban for asking about updates on another map. No.
No, don't give them. I run it. It's on experimental, so if it updated, what's in the update today? It usually updates when I load in automatically. I never check; it just does it automatically.
Until it crashes, JD, and then they can't play it anymore.
Come on now, don't be a hater.
I'm not hating. I'm just being funny. That's all.
X-Man would come in and he'd probably get into this game and you'd never see him on Farm Sim again. That's why he's staying away.
No, actually, the game I'm waiting for, and I told you that before, and I'll tell it again. As soon as Fallout 5, I'll take a break. But until Fallout 5 comes out, I'm gonna be playing this one.
Fallout 5, eh?
But that's not gonna be it for a while.
No Fallout 5 for you.
What did you send me to make me sick?
Oh, your son has diabetes. You have to take him to the ER. I was watching your stream last night. I know he was having troubles. I hope he does better.
Let me see here. Let's see when 10 hours
It's only a matter of time before some of those bugs become OP. Then I'd have to start all over. You better not wish that upon me.
Well, you didn't start over in the pirate one.
Well, that wasn't because of a bug. That was because of because of the frustration.
Oh, wait, you got me beat a little bit, Chris, but not really a lot.
This one at least doesn't frustrate me from dying and losing all the stuff. If I have to lose all the stuff because I have to start over because of a bug. But I have never had to do that. I started over because they gave us a new starting map location, and this factory is bigger and better than the one I had before anyway.
Well, I'm
But
kind of hoping for quarantine, and I'm stuck in playing in my house for 2 weeks. What would I
there
do?
you go.
What will I do if I'm stuck in my house for 2 weeks, guys?
I'll do what I do. I'm stuck in my house for the last 2 months. That's it. You can only do so much mapping. You gotta play. Gotta do some playing. All work, no play makes Dave a dull boy. That's...
You're dating yourself just a little bit there, Dave.
It's okay. First date I've had.
I hope Viper was watching this. Did you see how fast I filled that? By having it with Everclear gave you on Discord for satisfactory thing.
Everclear did. Let's see. It has info on Satisfactory. Factory updated the mesh of all power poles. Oh, well, I already got that. Oh, wait, there's got to be more. Or did they just do another update on the mesh on the power poles?
I'm Batman.
Well,
Fun
that is the
part
latest.
YouTube. Well, thank you for the follow.
A new icon for the personal storage box. Yay. New icons for changed resources. Okay, they did fix the holes in the world. Bauxite resource nodes now have their own textures. Whoopee! Put geyser meshes in the world. They removed the geyser mesh that I found the other day and I could not use because it was not supposed to be there. Alright. Sounds like fun. Nothing major today. Sorry guys, just a lot of visual stuff. Thanks for that link there, Everclear. Appreciate it. I always love to know what the heck they're doing, but that's what I love about, and that's probably why people like my shows. Constantly getting updates. You know? It's a good thing. Some people enjoy that. I really do. It gives you something to look forward to. So when I'm playing these games that are experimental mode or early access, and the place that's doing them is giving you something new to check out every few days or every week or so. I'll say every week because I don't give you something every day. It makes it more exciting, you know? It's a new thing, and it's just because the game is still being developed. The only downside with all the experimental mode stuff in that is that you can literally crap out, they can shut down their whole freaking thing, you know? You can go from having to nothing in a matter of, they could decide to go belly up, and there are several games that I do have, like, that were decent games, and you wish they really would just keep developing them, but they decided for one reason or another to give up on them. The biggest one that had a pretty good following at one point, but decided to, well, there's two of them actually, now that I think of it. Cattle and Crops.
Hey, they're still developing it. I still see posts on Facebook.
They are, but really, come on now. When are we gonna see something that makes it worth playing like Farm Sim is? You know what I mean? There's just not a lot of action happening there, but they didn't abandon it yet. I will give them that much.
You can store the glue at the construction storage
But
warehouse.
the other one I was thinking was there's a game called Grav that was really a decent game, fun to play. And I have it in my Steam library, and I could still play it right now with what content they had, but they abandoned it totally.
You talking about Cattle and Crops? Everclear? Yeah.
It isn't what they promised, for sure. I don't know if it'll ever be what they promised. It should have been by now. You know, it's been a long time since when they initially said it would be released, like 2 years past that date or something. I don't know what it is. Seems like 2 years. So you know they're not working as hard on it as all the money that they got from all of us for supporting it, the thousands.
Did you support it? I didn't. I never.
Oh, I have it. Yep, I bought it. I was one of the early supporters. I think competition for any company like Giants is good. It makes them push harder too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have competition, then you can let your game go stale.
True.
If, and you don't have to keep working on new stuff if you got the best out there, nobody else is. So I try. Also, I'd like to try all of them to see what might be different or done and can be done better. And a lot of it can be modded into the game as well, you know? So gives you ideas. So I do have Farmer's Dynasty, Pure Farming, Farm Expert, and if there was another one out there, I would, and Cattle and Crops, but if there was another one, I'd probably have that too, just to check out and see, but it has to be a decent one. At least on the level of Farm Expert, which was actually playable until they broke it on me. One of their later updates in that game, I can't even get a tractor up a hill. That's built into the in-game map. Pulling one trailer. Can't even climb the hill.
Oh no, I knew I did that. Son of a gun.
Biggest downfall for those is the mods, you know. There's just not enough of a support for the modding.
Looks like I'm gonna have to deliver some duck eggs somewhere. Shoot.
You did a Kickstart for a stupid amount of money. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I did the lower. Just bought the copy to play. I didn't do one of the higher donations. There are a lot of people that should be really ticked off about the big donations that they put in there. If I was one of those people that put in, you know, the $1,000 donation to kickstart that thing, and this is what came out of it, oh, I'd be fuming mad.
Oh, thank you, Jim, for the convert over to a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
See, if I'm not streaming, you can always catch me on X-Man's.
Good point. And X-Men doesn't go that late, though.
No, he doesn't go that late.
I have to get up early in the morning. Alright, let's look in here and see what's in the cold storage. I can't remember all the meats. Cheese, lard, pizza, eggs, duck eggs. Okay, that's where the duck eggs go. That's what I thought. Because somebody picked up a duckling and wanted to feed the ducks here. I think I got them all done.
They got back with you on the bad review? Well, you know, you get what you deserve, but some companies can pull out of it if they, you know. I'm not quick to do reviews, but yeah, it's been way past where what they promised, and not a lot of action coming from it either. There are many games out there. I still have it. Maybe one day it'll be worth loading up again. Will it or will it not? I don't know. But there are some games, like Satisfactory, that even if this game right now decided to call it quits, I'd be happy with it. That's because it's that good of a game, you know, already. Anything that they do and they're up to tier 7, but they've got way too much going on in this game to abandon it now.
I don't know if he was working on the game or not. He might have been. Was he
I heard that he was.
Was he one of the ones that went over from that big Fallout a couple, 3-4 years ago? People got mad at FS and just left?
I think so. And probably hating himself for it. Like Outlaws of the Old West, that's a good game. Great game to
And
play.
good day to you too.
I like that one, but are they? I haven't been checking it out lately to see how it's developing.
I've got eggs in here that I can pick up. Yes, I do. Which mod changes liter to gallons? Actually, I'm going to give you the Facebook page right now because he actually has an update to that today. I forgot I was going to mention that to my stream today, and I forgot. Let me
And
get.
what did he update on it this time?
It actually fixes a couple of his issues he had. I'll give you. Link to his page. You can read it yourself. This is member page links.
I'm terrible at getting updates.
Well, I just have
I
to.
don't even have the update to your cell points yet.
I call you too fast, Goose.
I'm too slow, Dave.
Oh, that is a long practice.
Oh, they added a building decay system? See, I haven't played it. Did they kill it for you? Outlaws don't like building. Can it be disabled? That you should, something like that if you're playing single player, should be able to be disabled. I don't like building decay systems myself. I hate doing work and then having it decay. Unless there's a reason. Like in 7 Days to Die, yeah, the zombies can come and wreck your place, but usually in there you just have to patch up a few things.
Try this link once, guys. And if this link doesn't work, I'll give you a different one. I'm pretty sure that should take you right to it.
But games with building systems are my thing. I love building.
Yep. It'll take you right there, guys. So use that link. And that'll get you to the light version of what I'm using. I'm still using alpha. Harvest alpha yet until he gets it completely fixed.
I'm a kind of a stat junkie too. I love the Hunter, the original one. Call of the Wild without the rack in the competitions. I don't know. I think they added that now, but that one never really got me. I have to go back and check and see how that is now, the new Call of the Wild game, if that's worthy of time.
So, Dave, to be honest with you, look at how many eggs I got. This is all the eggs I've had since I started the game.
We need to update eggs
I think
speed.
Anybody else having issues with seasons and egg production?
Is that chickens?
Yes.
How many chickens do you have?
1,000.
All right, because seasons does it realistic. I didn't change the way seasons. I kept theirs stats, so maybe they do low egg production. We can up the number of pallets that come from seasons.
I just was wondering, because, JD, you got chickens going? Because like I said, this is all, I've never unloaded eggs before from my, this is,
I get more eggs than. How many pallets did you get?
I got just 2 full pallets.
How many eggs are in a pallet with
Well,
those boxes?
We'll find out when I.
Because I don't have 1,000 chickens and I get eggs. I get about one of the small boxes every day. And I only have like 200 chickens. Well, right now you don't have a lot of use for eggs either, do we?
Do we have some? I don't know how much you got going for eggs. I haven't tried eggs yet, obviously.
There isn't a lot in there for eggs right now.
Well, if I could say your name, I'm gonna call you 61 Berg. That's easier. Or quick. I'm doing great. Thank you for coming to my channel. Oh, thank you. I didn't.
I'm Batman.
Thank you for the follow. Helinsky. I'm not gonna try to get the Nana Hawk. Thank you, KW. It had me fooled for a second there. Yeah, he's a professional. I have to agree there. Damn ad bots.
Ad bots. Gotta love them.
Alright, let's see what I get once I unload these. So I only have 4,000 eggs, Dave, and 3,000 duck eggs. The chickens, yeah, so I'll have
I
to,
have had.
we'll have to look at that once. I don't know if that's a lot.
You have 1,000 chickens?
Yeah, I have 1,000 chickens.
I have 200.
Well, see, look, these are my chickens here. If you look, I got, well, I have almost
Yeah.
800. It says I'm producing, but that sure doesn't come out to what I just loaded in there.
1,730.
Unless that's what I just pulled off. That's what's sitting on the trigger. Right now.
That's what you would have had in the trigger.
Yeah, I haven't taken those off the trigger yet, but yeah, that's. I don't know if it's. I don't know what the end game one, because I thought the end game one, you produced a lot of eggs, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, seasons made it more realistic. So, but I don't know if we need a lot of eggs unless we have a lot of chickens. I mean, there's not a lot of things that eggs go into right now, and I don't think there's too many.
Well, you got it in your bread company, don't you?
No, there's no eggs in bread.
There's no eggs in bread.
Nope.
Do you have the eggs in the mayo in that?
Yep. That's where they are. That's the only factory right now, I think, that has eggs input.
Do you have it set really high or really low?
It's not, it's only like 5% or something, or 2%, so it's not a huge amount of eggs that are needed.
Dog food needs eggs?
Dog food can take eggs or duck eggs, yes. That they need their protein.
Yeah, Ken's do like that. Oh, the salad dressings do.
Yeah, alright. Salad dressings, yep.
So maybe we have to look and see. I'm gonna have to look.
But they're low percentages as well.
Yeah, but how far is 4,000 eggs gonna get me?
That is the question. It should get you pretty far. And
I'll test it out.
maybe you need more chickens.
I guess so, but I'm just
No.
curious. I'm just curious because it just 4,000 eggs, and I think I had chickens since last.
Well, they don't produce the first year either. Or the first several months. They don't even produce eggs until they reach a certain age. So even if you have 800 chickens or 1,000, are they all breeding? They have to be able to breed. They're not fertile.
They're still newborns.
There are a lot of newborns, so they're not going to breed until they're of age. So if you're, so
Yeah, I
all
think
the-
you're right, Dave. I think
there, you got young ones. There, those are the ones that are breeding. The 6.7 pound and up are mature. They're the ones that can do eggs. And on second thought, the Rhode Island Red is not the biggest egg producer either. Your white ones are. So all those there, the white leghorns, are your biggest eggs. Now they're producing eggs as well right now, but you do have a lot still that are not mature. and they need to
Yeah,
reach maturity before they start putting eggs out.
yeah, I
Those are
have
all
a lot.
young,
Yes, I have a lot of young.
so
Yeah, and a lot of males too.
yep. And a lot of males, they're not going to give you eggs either.
You gotta.
So that's why I've been just selling off the female, bringing the males to the butcher
That's what I've been doing.
and letting the females grow and become egg producers, which is what you would do anyway, wouldn't you,
Yeah.
in real life? So I
Oh, I,
think you'll be okay,
yeah, I
because
think.
it's not a, they don't require a ton of eggs at those factories, and you just have to manage them better. Come on now. I
So,
do too. I love the way the animals work.
so I got a box down already. So I got 13 boxes too. Way too many boxes. Stories. I do love the way they do it in seasons too. I agree. I mean, I'm not complaining. It seems like, gosh, I wish I had more eggs than that.
You have to go on the global market. Do they sell eggs?
Yeah, they do.
There you go.
Right.
Uh, the other thing is, oh crap, what was I thinking? Yeah, it takes a long time to get things. I just wish Seasons had global company could use the weights of the animals
I know. I know.
in determining how much meat we get for their. That's the only downfall. There's no difference if you sell off or if you use a at the butcher shop a infant that was just born.
Yep.
But at least it gives you a reason to breed them. You get free meat, you know?
Right.
But I would love it if it went by weight and you had to raise them up and you got a higher percentage off of
I'm gonna pick up all these boxes.
raising them, raising your cattle for beef or the different cattle types.
I'm just wondering if my egg pallet is affecting that the way the stuff is produced. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it's just that you have too many babies and too many males.
I just cleaned out the males the other day. I mean, well, maybe
Then they're gonna keep having
three or
males.
3 or 4 seasons ago or days ago. I gotta turn. I can't play something with the super speed on. There. All right. So I got the boxes out there, so I'm sure we can pick those up. Now I can turn the speed back on. I haven't really looked at my pigs yet. I gotta really look and see how many pigs I got before. Ooh, I'm almost full on my pig ones. Do I have a lot of males in there? Maybe I get rid of all the males like I do in the chickens. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of males though. There's some. I guess I could call them all that way.
No Fummins in here tonight, huh?
No, I haven't seen them today.
Hope he's doing all right and doesn't have the coronavirus. You know, he's closer to New York City than I am.
Like I said, if you're young, he's younger than we are, so
Yeah, and healthy.
unhealthy.
Don't forget the and healthy part.
Unhealthy. Why did I turn the speed back on? Because I'm not in control. I would too if it would matter, that weight would matter, but it doesn't. How do you get the to auto load on there, Cat? Lover? Okay, I will show you. Tell me when I get back to my auto loader. What are you saying? The boards and planks? I got some board and planks, and I'll show you. Let me get these out of here. Wait, is that on seasons though? If it's not on seasons, Wade isn't going to give a rat's behind sight because, or for global company.
Yeah, global company.
Are you running global company? Yeah, on seasons, but if you're using global company, it doesn't matter. All right. So if you pay attention, cat lover, I'm going to haul this over there, and I'm going to go get some boards and planks and show you what you need to do.
The only reason why weight matters is you get a higher sell price if you decide to sell your cattle. But because
Yes.
we're using a butcher shop, we have no way of getting a higher quantity of meat for the higher weight.
Yeah, if I was selling them to the regular way, yeah, I could get more money.
Right, that's it.
Even with global company, but yeah, the way we're doing it, no. All right, if you look on the top, cat, I'm going to actually switch to small boxes for those to pick those up.
And now, what would you think here? I'm trying to
Egg
think.
boxes, so you can pick up egg boxes with this.
Here's a interesting possibility.
So that's how you would pick up egg boxes with the autoloader. You take the Z button, it'll get you to the right thing, and I'll show you what the other ones are. Oh great!
How many breeds of cows do we have in the game? We've got quite a few.
Yeah, we do. I'll go over there in a minute once I show Cat how to pick up planks and boards here.
I'm gonna throw something out at you. I don't know, maybe we can even get it to work. Maybe we can scale the animals down. Animation wise, I don't know if we can get, but what
JD here. Let's throw it off of him.
what if we take the cattle and cut them like in half so we don't have as many colors or breeds? I'm trying to to free up fill types, okay? And then we create a new category called like calf, so it is a young animal, and then create a global company it'd be a process through global company where you have to raise them up in the global company mod to a certain age. They'd have to stay in there for a while.
Yeah, but you can't.
Yeah, I'd have to see. I'm trying to figure out how. I'm just to make them into a cow. You'd have to bring the calves to turn them into cows into a global company so they'd be able to be used for beef. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know how to pull that off.
All right, so I'm gonna go over here and get some planks.
We'd need the fill type, so we'd have to cut down the number of actual cows in the game.
What you need to do for planks or chipboard, you have to go to, if I'm not mistaken, it's XLI, extra large pallets.
You could use dummy fill types that make them def, air, or tarp. Well, that is another question. What if we do have. I know some people like to use the def mods, but we could
So-
use def. What is tarp anyway?
Hold on, Dave. So,
Okay.
once you put your in XL, then you want to load it. It should load right up. XL pallet size. And there you go. You can auto load it that way. Let me go dump these back in and I'll show you how to do the boards too then. Yeah, he said no idea what tarp is.
No idea what tarp is. Is it used for the? Is it necessary for like covering the bunker BGA silo? Is it in there for that purpose? I mean, it would be really funny if I changed tarp to an animal and all of a sudden they were walking around in the bunker silo. I mean,
Walking around your bunker cell.
I
Alright. Well, let's see here. Now you want to do lumber pallets will pick up your boards. I think, or is there a board one? No, I don't think there's a board one. I always use lumber. There's 2 lumber pallets. On this one, both of them will pick this up. On this one, both of them will pick this up.
and the second question maybe JD knows an answer to. What is there a way to remove those fill types from, or are they going to load just because they're giant fill types?
You can't take out a giant fill type.
Can you? That's what I'm wondering. I know that people have removed like sugarcane from their maps, but is it still a fill type registered? Or did they remove it so they don't have so you just can't use it? Or is it gone? Is the fill type gone? And being able to be used for something else? Because that would be nice.
It just doesn't
It's
grow.
still there, yeah. See, I wish we could remove giant fill types. I could free up a few that way.
Yeah, why do we still have oilseed radish?
Oilseed radish.
It's like the stupidest thing ever.
Well,
No problem, Cat. Anytime.
I think, that's something I can experiment with right there. Because I can't remember. If you put it in your map and change it, but keep the fill type underlying oilseed radish, can we turn oilseed radish into something else? I think we might be able to. You register it and it says oilseed radish, but we can make the display name be something else possibly. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, oilseed radish could come out and you'd have another crop type, replace it with something that's useful. Like flax. Or alfalfa, That's another one that I wish we could free up.
He says he doesn't also want to repaint too. Because it's...
The reason why you removed it is you needed more bits to get your crops in. Oh yeah, because the base map you're using didn't open up the compression you didn't up the compression channels on the fruit density. That makes sense. So yeah, that would free up oilseed radish being removed from the map gives you another channel. We could actually put a crop in replace of it if we had the fill type available. We do have the fill type available, but radish still remains a fill type.
Thank you for the follow, Joe. Nice.
Just thinking outside the box, trying to figure out what can be done. So the question is, if I put If it reads oilseed radish, but we change all the textures and the actual display name in the map, will it override what Giants has done? Load in a different crop in its place. Using the same fill type, but having it sort of like, right now, rock salt
Joe
is
Tyson?
rock salt in the map, but it still displays as salt wherever we use it because it's salt, you know. But I had to use the rock salt fill type just to keep it from conflicting with the season salt. So, but it's still, as far as anybody can see in the game, it says it's salt. It doesn't say it's rock salt. You know. I'm
Oh,
wondering.
shoot! I'm gonna get hit by the train. Back up, back up. Oh, I made it in
What
time.
I'm wondering if we could do the same thing with oilseed radish, even though it's the game registers it as oilseed radish. It shows up as
Flax?
flax or alfalfa, and then just go with replacing all the textures and loading it in from our map, and we don't use a fill type that way. It all depends if I change if I re-registered in the map, will it overwrite what Giants has? I think it does.
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
I think it does.
Before it gets too dark, I really want to get this.
Yeah, I know you can't tell me, but JD might be able to.
Oh, wow. I feel so welcome.
You don't think it will? For some reason, it always loads theirs, but I'm wondering if a minor change to it will be detected, like the name displayed. That's all I.
How's it going, Copenhagen?
It loads their XMLs. Yeah. Because the fill type can be registered in the map. I know it always loads Giants anyway, and they don't have to be there. But people do leave them in the fill type XML in maps, and I don't think they realize that it does nothing. Actually, in the beginning, it actually created 2 copies of wheat and 2 copies. They fixed that problem though.
No problem. I'm glad to help. I should have done this before I got dark and I was starting to get hit, but I really need to. I guess I'm gonna leave it as it is, but I really want to make it. I think I will. This is. It's for the bunkers.
That's awesome, Copenhagen. I'm glad you're loving it now. Didn't love it as much before, but no, we're always glad to help you. It is not the map for beginners to find their way around. That's for sure. There's a lot going on here, and things have to be a certain way. But in the long run, I think it's worth it. And we do the shows on a regular basis to help people through their things. Also, if you're out there and you run into a problem, we do have the help ticket system, and we try to. I got them all caught up today. We try to help through the help ticket system on the website as well. So we're trying, but there's a lot going on when Dave's not playing Satisfactory.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, you are too. Yep. I noticed you replied right like when I replied this morning.
Yeah, I beat
On
you
one of
to
the-
that one. I
You
was
beat me
bored.
to it.
And that was an easy one too because he put the log up and, you know,
Yeah.
when it's 1.0. Oh, wrong map version. Easy.
Yeah. That's another thing a lot of people do. They download it. They get it from here, but then they update it because they see there's an update on the Giants Mod Hub, and that
Screws up
is
everything.
screws up everything. It goes all the way back to version 1.0. Do not update with Giants Mod Hub because it will detect any version that's different than what I've already updated as a the wrong version.
Too bad we can't ask him to take it down because it's so obsolete.
It still brings people playing though, and then they
That's true.
finally,
Yeah.
and they finally get here. They get the right files,
Right.
you know.
Oh, they would
It's
not.
too bad.
They wouldn't. We do too many changes. That's and
It-
name brands they wouldn't want, and there's so much stuff that Giants wouldn't approve.
Yeah, there's too much in it that I'd have to change every factory name from what they are to generic factories, and I'd have to remove some stuff. Definitely would not be the same. And there's too many requirements now to
All right.
for the map to work properly with all the mods.
What's your question for the autoloader? Since I'm in it right now. The only products that double stack are your steel products. Otherwise, everything as a pallet or a cargo container is only one. So the only double stacking you'll get is when you watch here when I do this for the steel factory.
Right.
That's the only double stacking we have on that trailer.
There is a reason behind that too. And do you know what
yes. The boards double stack too. Thank you, Everclear.
Right. The reason why the rest don't double stack because they're using a node that is based on how many pallets will fit on the trailer, but not all pallet heights are the same, so you can't change and put a second stack because pallet heights such as the feed bags, which use the same setting as the vegetables in the warehouse, you know, like the cabbage and stuff, the pallet heights are different. So you'd end up with floating pallets on one of, or overlapping pallets. They would not look right to double stack those because of the different heights of the many pallets that the other nodes use. And that is why we only double stack certain categories like steel, because all those steel pallets are the same height. And pretty much there's reasons behind a lot of the stuff that we do that are kind of unexplained, but could we redesign every single pallet so they all look the same size? Yeah, we could waste our time and resources in that just to make an autoload trailer double stack, though it's not worth it for me
No.
because it would be a lot of reworking, you know, a lot of pallet redesigning. It would be weeks just to do something like that. So that is not currently where we want to spend our time and resources to get just a double stack on an autoloader. You gotta weigh those things when you're developing, you know. Yep, use a double triple flatbed system. Because and some pallets look better, you know, the ones like the bags, the feed bags look great. We could switch it all over to the same size as the other, but I like the, you know, it all has to do with aesthetics too. Do you want to have the square boxy pallets just so they're all the same size, or do you like occasionally like a flower palette that shows the bags? You know, that might be different than one of those box pallets.
Oh, almost.
We could technically double stack the cargo containers. They could be double stacked. They're all the same
They would.
size.
I don't know if it's, luckily we don't have to go through any tunnels.
But that's the thing. The cargo containers could be double stacked, but I don't think that that is necessary.
Because you're already hauling 50,000.
You're already holding 50,000. Right. And I think it might look weird hauling double stacks of cargo containers. I'm just saying.
I figured you would, JD.
What's that? You made your cargo containers hold 50K each? That is a possibility too. You see though, that's a slippery slope thing. And that's why I hesitate to do a lot of them like that. I mean, I could make every pallet hold 5,000, but then what's going to happen is everybody's going to want the speed of the factories to increase, or they're going to want, you know, it just doesn't solve, it never solves anything. I've been there, we've done that. That's why I keep the small pallets coming from the factories too, because if I put cargo containers at every factory, that could be done as well, but eventually it becomes, it just keeps, it's a slippery slope. It just keeps getting, oh, we want bigger and bigger, and then we have to increase quantities because the factory's not filling a pallet up every few days, you know? It just creates a mess. Some of our pallets do now hold 2,000, and I think sugar or something holds 5.
And pretty soon they're going to be in bags, aren't they?
In bags?
Sacks?
Well, no, that's just going to be an added fill type. They already are in bags. The pallets are stacked. Yeah, that's going to be a fill type required like a pallet is at some point. Not going to look any different. Just going to require it to increase hopefully to increase your output of sugar. It'll open up a new product line for now.
Actually there's a bunch of articles on our website that'll give you a breakdown on everything you want to know about the PV maps and mods.
Yep, go to the articles section. Wraparam did an amazing job giving a whole list of articles on what to do and how to get started and everything. It's all right there.
I think I'm gonna make a command for that.
The only thing I would like to do, and maybe one of my viewers would love to tackle this for me, and there is a free program because I use it for Satisfactory. I forget which one I use. That does flow charting. And I think that a flow chart setup, a visual flow chart of what factories feed into what factories.
I think you might even have that in there if you read the articles.
He might, but an overall flow chart of how to progress, and so people can see a visual. Okay, I'm gonna need the sawmill to make this, and having this factory makes
Actually,
that.
Let's go look. Let's go to the website and look and see what he's got. Alright, let's go to articles. Production factory.
I know he has lists of stuff, and each factory broken down individually, but I don't know if he has it overall, a flow chart. I haven't been there in a little while. He might. He does a great job.
So this is buildable and tells you everything that goes in here to build it.
Yeah, that's not a flow chart though. A flow chart will show you the name of the factory and what factory what supports. You know, like you got to have this factory to use these factories. That's what I'm looking for, and put it in a flow chart with little like
I think
square boxes connecting them. You know,
yeah, I'm gonna make
I can do it. It's just one of those time things.
yeah, no, I'm going to a command because we should have.
Sometimes visual things help.
Yeah, I
Like
know,
I
but
made a flow chart for Satisfactory that literally tells me what piece of equipment makes what products and where they go, so I could rearrange my whole factories. Am I gonna make missions where Tractor Supply, Wendy's, Taco Bell, etc. are gonna require items to be delivered? That is a very interesting question. I'm glad you asked it. Not on the current map, no. And the reason why is the missions do not that is one of the reasons why we're going to be building stuff into the map right there. We can't tell where you're going to put it, so we don't have a location where the missions can be completed. In the future, are going to include some sell points built right in the map, and we may even use some of those Wendy's, Taco Bell, but there are several sell points like Home Depot and Menards and different places that we have had in the past that we'll bring back, and we'll put them in different places around the map and have more built-in sell points, and then we'll be able to unlock from the built-in factories. Say we put Campbell's and Walmart in, just for example, then we can, if they're both built into the map rather than placeables, we can run missions from Campbell's Soup and actually haul the Campbell's Soup pallets visually to the Walmart. So that is the reason to build stuff in. We can create as many missions as we want using the actual pallets we already designed, just turning them into mission pallets, which don't have a fill type, but actually just complete the mission. So that is one of the things we're doing in the 16X is we will be including more built-in sell points in each of those little neighborhoods that we're developing.
what's the
There
deal
will
with
be,
Chang's list?
so as you unlock each of those little neighborhoods by building the bridge, you will unlock more missions, and the missions will be worth it, you know, to drive from this city to that city delivering this product. And it'll be more realistic, you know. So I think it'll be cool. We'll build in more mission points.
Good night, JD.
Good night, JD.
So what should I name it for a command? PV mods help?
PV mods help. You can. Or you could put it as articles, which is what they are.
Yeah.
You wish that the PV15 map into a 16X type
Yeah,
map
we were already
with the
planning
different
that.
farms on it.
Everclear, yeah,
No.
that's already on the table. We're gonna have a multiple of those around the map.
Oh yeah, there will be, well, that's the thing. There could be multiples, but they will have to be renamed to distinguish which one is which. So we're going to have town names. So you might have Smallville, and then you'd have the Smallville Wendy's. You know, that way we know that you got to go to the Wendy's that's in Smallville in order to complete that mission. So you will see more of that in the 16X. And we'll have, I think there's 12 different towns outside of on the new area that will have their individual names, and you'll have exit signs from the freeway that lead to those towns. And the interesting thing is, as you're building those freeways, you won't be able to do some of those missions until you unlock and build the freeway connectors in between them. Do I know anything on the vehicle group switcher?
No.
If it's going to show its face on FS19. I am pretty sure that it will never show its face on FS19 if it hasn't already, but I am also pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think that the original developer of the vehicle group switcher is part of the cattle and crops team, and that is why it's not being done. If I'm correct, they no longer do the mods for Farming Sim, and I'm pretty sure that was one of the people that went to the cattle and crops team. Well, they suck. So I would not expect it unless somebody else works on something similar. I love the vehicle group switcher. I think it's probably one of the most missed mods in 19.
Right.
I loved it. I had my side panel was all controlled, so I could just select the button and it'd be that group.
Yep, I did too.
And I could cycle through tippers if I wanted to, or cycle through combines if I wanted to.
Yeah,
Now
the
I have.
GPS did get a new thing.
What's that?
I thought GPS does have a new option for that.
GPS does work out there. I don't use it. I use hired workers. But there are people using GPS. If I was playing on a server, I would be using GPS. That's where we always used it, because we didn't allow hired workers on the server.
That I can't answer. I have no idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't even know if it's the same author.
It's not the same author. That's what
It's a
KW
different
just said.
person. Yeah.
But just glad that some of the people and stuff got paid.
Yep. Absolutely. I know there are a lot of things we'd love to have, but there's not always possibilities to do some of the things unless you get some really talented people. So it is very important to support those guys as well, especially the ones that do things like global company and global market, you know? Get out there and support them any way you can. If you want to see more of that, that's, you know, there's nothing better than the stuff that the really good modders put out, and they're doing it, and they're not making a living at it. Trust me, I do this with my maps, but it does help to have little extra coming in off of the project. It can change it. For me, it helps, especially now immensely because of being out of work. But for anybody that's doing modding, you know, it's a chore. It really, there's nothing, they're doing it out of the love of their heart and supplying it to the people that, you know, and giving you these things, and they do not get paid for it unless you're supporting them in some way or another.
No problem.
And that goes for all of them, you know. It's crazy, but they can stop if it gets too frustrating or all they get are complaints about their mods, they'll stop in a minute. We've seen that happen with modders in the past, some really good ones, because there's nothing keeping them here other than wanting to do it. And if the public just hounds them all the time, it makes it so they don't want to do it anymore. They'd rather just be playing the game. They might still be modding, but not offering it out to the people or the public because they're, you know, just getting, you hear the complaints 10 times louder than you hear the praise, because people will often, I'm fortunate because I know we got a great community and I got a great group of followers, but as a beginning modder, I almost gave up 10 times because of the frustration, and I talk to that with every beginning modder. It seems like they're trying to do their best, especially map makers, and they get a long list of want, you know? It can't all be done. Everybody wants everything. So appreciate what they are giving you, support what they are giving you, and that way they will continue to want to give, and, you know, you can offer up, but yeah. I hate to see modders just go away, especially so many of the good ones, just because they are burned out on their modding.
A lot of product in this warehouse. Holy moly.
Exactly. Yep. Oh yeah, that one does go. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to mods, you only get them from folks you know their work and trust the mods, and that's a good thing too. And those are the people that you want to keep around. If it makes your game more enjoyable. So give them the praise. Just remember to do that. All the praise goes a long way. When I first started, I released my first map, and all I got was, I thought it was great. I loved playing it, and that's all what mattered most to me. And the first map I released got nothing but a ton of negative 1-star reviews, and I was like, well, screw this. I'm not gonna release them to the public. If nobody likes my map, then what's the point of releasing it, you know? But fortunately for you guys, there was a subsection of people out there that actually liked what I did and contacted me and wanted more of it, and they got me motivated, and we started working on the Pleasant Valley maps early on in 13. And so, but I didn't hear from them at first. All I heard was all the negativity, and I literally, and the work, yeah, I even had to go through just to get the map to pass the inspection. I put it up on FSQ UK back then. They would deny it if they found a floating object, you know? It's like, we failed your map because I actually had them fail the map because they said the ports, they failed my first map because they said the ports had floating cranes. So I wrote back to them and I said, if you look underneath those cranes, there are wheels. They're not floating. The wheels are touching the ground. And then they ended up passing that one. So they failed it even on something that did not, and it was a lot of work. I had to fill out all those forms again and repost it, and
You had to fill out forms for a mod site?
yeah, for their site I had to fill out a form to register the mod, and they had to review it, but it was a good mod site in the time. I think they closed down. But because they reviewed them, and because they made sure that they worked, they had good quality stuff there, you know? But they failed my Volcano Island map because they turned on the wireframe mode, and they said, there is a floating visible plane in the sky, and that's why they failed it the first time. And I wrote back to them and said, That floating visible plane in the sky is an Easter egg. You can't see it in the map, but if you go and fall into the volcano, you will end up going up into heaven, and that is only viewable from the top side of that. And there were objects up there in the sky, and it was a built-in Easter egg. So back in 2013, yeah, it was a fun thing, and people loved it when they found it. You fell into the volcano on that map, you'd end up in hell, which had a secret entrance that could bring you up into heaven. And then there was a golden brick road that you could follow.
You really thought of that one.
You could
I never played
follow.
13, so I have no
Oh
idea.
yeah, you could follow the golden brick road and collect all the gold coins up in heaven. That's where the gold coins were all hidden. So if you found the Easter egg, you go up, and of course I did have the 10 Commandments all posted too.
Oh,
You had to walk in heaven underneath the 10 Commandment signs down the golden road. And then when you got to the end of the golden road, there was a sign that said it's not my time yet, and then you could jump off the edge of the earth and come back down and
Oh, you
continue
made it
your
all
life.
the way, KW? That's cool.
So it was a cool whole thing, but the map got denied the first time because they thought I had floating objects in it. That was the But yeah, there's actually a couple of guys that were streaming the map for the first time playing it, and the stream had a ton of viewers, the Volcano Island map. And they I forget who they were. They discovered it by accident. They tried to jump into the volcano to see what would happen or something. And they did it live. And it was a great stream to watch. To see the reaction that it got.
Hey, Dave, why don't you take that one to Joe Rogan?
I can take it. So I took an existing fuel trigger and added def as the fill type to it and changed the auto start to false to be able to select which one I wanted, which works. The only issue, the trigger for the def is only in one small area of the trigger. Any ideas? What kind of trigger is it? Is it one of those like little pin triggers, or is it a box trigger? If it's, and it's probably not the trigger, it's probably the, I've never worked with def, but check the trigger bits to make sure. If it's a big box trigger, it should work. What I would have to do is literally find a def mod and see how their trigger settings are. It could be a bit setting. I've never added def, but it should. It's normally when it's a trigger issue like that, there's either a setting wrong on the trigger or the trailer just doesn't have a way to detect it. But if the gas works, see, the gas has a different fill trigger. You probably have to add a different trigger for def. That would be my guess. Because the gas has a fill trigger, a fuel fill trigger. I would grab one of the def mods that are out there and see what kind of trigger system they have built in. One that you know works. That's what I would do. You see what their settings are on the trigger, and make sure, and you might need a separate one for the def. I don't know. I've never used def. It might need another bit setting, different from the fuel, because if the def is a fuel station trigger, if I'm correct, right? It's you're using the filling station trigger. It might need a liquid trigger instead of the fill station trigger, the fuel filling station trigger. I don't know how the def works, and I don't plan on using it either. No offense, but I'm just not one of those people that likes to add extra steps to that type of thing, fuel filling. It's just my thing. I don't need to try to find two types of fuel for my tractor. I know a lot of people like it though. And for some people it's a realistic thing. For me, I guess not ever being a farmer in real life. Don't care if the fact tractors run on vegetable oil, I'll put it in. You know, I just want the tractor to run.
Yeah, next stream, guys, we'll be back on daylight. I think I'll fast forward this time, maybe.
Yeah, we do way too much night farming on your streams.
Well, it... True, good point. I can't argue that one.
You could. You could always try to argue it.
Yeah, I wouldn't win. 'Cause it's the truth.
Exactly.
Alright, I just gotta get some drywall in that last factory that I got, and then...
You got a Massey driving on water once. Yeah. Yep, I would look at some def mods and see how they're doing it. I have to do that frequently. That's what's great about the modding community too.
If
You
want to look for something that you have it stuck on, go find somebody else's ones and see how they did it.
When I developed those sand piles for all the mining that we just did, the placeable mines, I literally had to look at several mods to see how things were being done. And if you have a mod that you know, for instance, I knew the potato washer was registering the dynamic heap for the potatoes. So how do we create a dynamic heap? I looked into that mod and found that out there. I needed to know how several different parts of that. I took apart like 4 or 5 different mods just to figure out how to do the different steps to create what we did, because somebody had already figured out one part here or one part there. And there's still like some parts that I wish we could have figured out a little bit more. But adding the fill planes through a mod, it was looking at other mods and visiting the global company website to see how to do it. It's a lot of research in little projects.
Alright, guys.
And it's, oh yeah, you going bye-bye?
Not yet, but go ahead, finish what you're saying, and then I'll...
Oh, I was gonna say, and a lot of times it's frustrating because you can start a big project and want to do something, and then you get so far and you realize, nope, it's just not gonna work. You know, there's no tool that will help get me past this one little problem we're having. So, yeah, it doesn't always work out the way we want it, but for the most part it does.
Alright, guys, anybody's got any other questions? About 5 minutes before I end my stream and go to bed. Next time I stream, I'm hoping to be light. If it's not light, it's because I'm got a harvest. And right now, I have nothing harvested.
What is the meaning of life? There is one question
That I cannot answer.
I think it's just to live. I think we spend our whole lives trying to figure out the meaning of it. You know? So, I guess the meaning is don't don't try to overthink it and just go with it, because life happens. Life just happens, and we don't always have control over how.
I filled up the rebar. Let's see where I can sell it. Put that answer. Which one? There's been plenty of them out there. Arnold, who's the other one they got? Yeah, the Arnold one? Yeah, I like that one better.
Watch. What's the meaning of life for that answer? I like that answer the best. Linden Peas. Meaning of life is play FS19 and make sure you play on PV. There you go. If you're not playing Farming Simulator and you're not playing on Pleasant Valley, then you're missing out on something in life.
There you go. What are you doing now, Dave?
Playing Satisfactory.
Exactly.
But I do play Farming Simulator, and I only play on PV maps, so I am not missing out.
There's no
If you're not
meaning
playing,
of
if you're not playing Satisfactory, you're missing out on something in life too.
Wow.
But just don't get addicted to it, or we may never see you again. Unless I do more Satisfactory streams.
But he has, though, played more in 19 than he has ever played.
Not ever.
Well, pretty much.
I played more. Actually, I played more in 15 probably than I ever did because we did it differently. I play tested and played with the guys on it, and 13. We used to have a server with 12 people, and I played regularly. Now I play my single-player game, and I do jump in there and like to play, and we're going to be streaming playing on Fridays. So that's going to be a new thing. Me playing my farm, because I do enjoy farming. But I do have this thing where if I jump in and I start playing my game, I get to a point like an hour or 2 hours in where I think of something or I see something and I just have to get out and get in the editor to fix something. Or to work on something. So that might happen during the play show as well. You know? It's like, oh, like last night, I did fix and I put a new, in an update tomorrow, or once the bread factory's done, we'll have a new copy of the map that actually adds a silo trigger for offloading because they changed that in the last update. Did you notice that, X-Man?
What?
Did you put a silo next to offload Central Station?
No, I did not.
Okay, because it's not connecting anymore.
Okay, because I gotta test that because I have a silo that should right there that
It won't connect anymore. It separated the quantities.
Really?
So, in the next map update, if anybody, yeah, found that out yesterday. It wouldn't work for somebody. Last night's show.
Curious. Before I leave here, let's test it out and see.
It did not combine the quantities of the main silo to the extra one anymore, and it used to because that's the way I used to use my silo. So I expanded and I put a new trigger system on the outside of that.
Okay, that's fine, but let's see here because I always hated this because I have two different kinds of silos and it made me mad because it combined the two and I didn't want it that way. Because I have this harvester that I just wanted it for all my forage stuff, not anything else. Let's see if it's still like that. I never... Because I put it so close to this giant storage, it combined.
Now, it should not if it's not a extension. At least it does not on Central Station anymore. See if your storage capacity is added or combined.
Funny trigger it says. Let's see. They fixed it.
They're not combined anymore.
No, that's the way I want.
Right. So the setup I had no longer works.
Oh, so you have
So,
to. You have to
so I
update.
did in the next map update tomorrow, or once. I'm assuming that I'll have the bread factory ready tomorrow. We will have a release. I'm just waiting because I might have to reprice some of the breads in the map too. You know, might have to do some pricing changes. But we'll release the new one. If you have a separate silo that you used to offload the main central silo, there's going to be a little space there where there's a new spout on the outside, so you can get bigger trucks under in there.
Cool. All right, guys. Well, that's it for me tonight. I will be back when Dave is not streaming. Most likely, if he's gonna stream, I'll probably stream a couple hours early, and then.
Yep, I'll be on tomorrow for sure. I'm just taking a little day break
All right.
because we'll be on a Wednesday and at least Friday, Saturday, Sunday with different things. So
All right. Good night, guys, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
we'll catch y'all later. Have a great night.
That's gonna end for the night. I've been running over 5 hours. Call it night. I'll probably be on first thing in the morning. Then hopefully finish up my permit test tomorrow. I got one more test to do for my CDL Class A to get the permit, and that's tanker endorsement. Once I get that knocked out, then I'm good to go. My permit, head to, and then head to class. Hopefully have a CDL by the end of mid-April or end of April. Catch you all later. Hope to see you again. Bye for now.